Yo. Just testing. How's the audio? Okay, let me just check the audio over here. Okay, looks good. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So I've been what should I call it? Yeah, so I just wanted to do like a quick little stream because I'm trying to test out my multi-stream. So I got that running for Twitch. So tomorrow, some of you guys were asking for me to stream on Twitch. So I'm gonna try my best to multi-stream. Hopefully everything goes smooth. Right now it looks good. I tested the game as well. It looked pretty good. My Twitch right now is bare bones, but you know, we'll get it together. And anyways, let's talk about the druid and what I plan on doing tomorrow. But surprise, we got a new ascendancy from GGG, and not only that, we actually got some more videos. So let's do a little bit of a reaction. Let's watch what the endgame druid showcase looks like. Then we could kind of go into some of the Ziggy D stuff as well, and and then we'll take a look at the disciple of Varshta. I don't even know. Like, that's a crazy name. Like, they need to rework that name or something. Like, cause what is that? That feels like super rushed. I did get a quick look at the ascendancy, and it does look very, very good. So, um, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Let's take a look at the Druid Showcase.
Hi, I'm Ibn from Grinding Gear Games. Path of Exile 2, the last of the druids, is just around the corner, and you might be wondering, what is the druid actually capable of at endgame? Well, today we've created a handful of builds that might help you out in the
This form looks really, really cool. This fire bear
Fresh League, or inspire you to come up with something even crazier.
Following footage was filmed in maps with these map mods and tablets. Wow, they actually showed the tablets and the map mods. Let's take a look. Chill Ground, and then Temp Chains. Okay, so this is actually pretty good. Extra Chaos is actually pretty good. Turbo. Okay. And then let's see what we have. Increased rares. Shrines. Monsters have 10% increased effectiveness. Don't really know what that means. Waystone Shrine. So it seems like he's rare stacking Quant, Waystone, and then Shrine stacking. Let's take a look. I like this format. It's very interesting.
This shaman uses the advancing storm support and ground.
Okay, so this tornado, so the way it's supposed to work is it's supposed to gather all the degen from the ground and then shoot it. Now, the map modifier said chill ground and not fire, but it seems like he picked up fire.
Buffs to make his tornadoes into whirlwinds of elemental destruction. Tornado sucks up any elemental ground surface it encounters, empowering the tornado with those effects and extra damage. To create these surfaces, the ferocious wolf form can
I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit.
Easily freeze enemies, which allows us to create chilled ground with this support.
So Frost Nexus support is pretty good whenever you freeze an enemy. So if you were to do this on Shaman, I guess you would use this on Wolf form. When I was doing it on Sork, you could do this with Ice Nova, because Ice Nova freezes like a ton.
We've also got a curse setup that creates burning ground and unique boots that drop shocked ground. We've also made use of some of the more powerful effects from the Shaman's Wisdom of the Magi node. The Idol of Maxarius increases our storm limit for maximum ruckus.
He also likes using the word ruckus. I see that might be like a New Zealand thing or something.
If tornadoes aren't your thing, maybe this fire-breathing wyvern can bring the heat you're after. Normally, the wyvern's flame breath would be used as an ultimate type ability. But naturally, you might want to see how much further you can take.
That's pretty good. He actually had some sort of like regen or recovery, like recoup or something like that. Because he was surrounded and rolling magma wasn't doing much. And then as soon as he switched to the fire breath form, which we know that the fire breath form is supposed to be like very strong.
Can we turn this into a clearing skill? Flame breath is a skill that burns rage. So if we get enough,
look at his health bar.
Keep aloft out of pure spite.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause as much as I can because I'm still trying to figure out, you know, it's a short video anyways. He did talk about this turning into a clear skill, so that's very interesting. And then I just saw his health bar like flashing like crazy.
To help us generate this rage, we are making use of the new buff gem, Eternal.
What? Oh, this is a persistent. I see. Okay. So from based on what I was seeing in Ziggy D's video, what was happening was he was using the bear form to generate rage, and then the rage was pretty much being utilized with either the bear skills or he was switching to werewolf and then using his werewolf skills. So it seemed like the bear was the one that was creating the rage and then the other classes were using it. So now this is a persistent buff that just gives us straight up rage per second.
Rage. This generates 5 rage per second. We're also using the keystone Primal Hunger.
Okay, so 100% more maximum rage. So this has to be a new keystone. Regenerate 1 rage per second per 4 rage spent recently. It's very confusing. Does this this is very confusing. Does this mean that like one generate 1 rage per second per 4 rage spent? So if you spent 40 rage, okay, would that mean regen 1 rage per second per 10? Or 10 rage per second per 40 rage spent recently? So he would. So it seems like if you spent 40 rage recently, then you would regen like 10 rage. No rage effects. Interesting.
That regenerates 1 rage per second per 4 rage we've spent recently, as well as giving us 100% more maximum rage. Rage, 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 rage.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what is that confusing wording? Like, even he's like joking about it, but that wording is so confusing. Like, that's why he made the joke about just rage, rage, rage.
We can also grab all of the Ignite and Rage nodes conveniently in the Druid area of the tree. Now our Ignites burn much hotter as well. With all this together, we simply take to the sky and reenact Rain of Fire.
Okay, so he's taking a bunch of Ignite nodes. We know that Ignite is pretty weak, so they must have done something in those nodes to make this look better. But we also know that the skill is powerful by itself.
Of course, we can't just fly around forever. There will be some necessary downtime between flights. Fortunately, we've got a there will be some necessary downtime between flights. We simply take
Okay, so this is his rage bar over here.
Of course, we can't just fly around forever. There will be some necessary downtime between flights.
Yeah, so it seems like as soon as he lost the rage, he was done.
Fortunately, we've got a...
But if you look, his rage was like already at like 30%, like 20%, 25%.
There will be some necessary downtime between flights. Fortunately, we've got a gullet full of oil and fresh hot magma to ignite it.
Okay, I'm very curious. I'm actually curious about both of these things. I'm curious about the dragon wyvern, right? Like, I want to play wyvern, but so far all the footage has been underwhelming. We know the fire breath is really good, but what about the rest? Like, what are we doing on that class? And then the other thing I'm curious about is actually the plant. I am very curious about this. So let's see what he shows.
After the announcement last week, the green thumbs amongst us got pretty excited at the idea of watering their plants. We've got you covered. This next build automates a whole garden using spell totems. At the root of this build...
Let me just hear that again. Spell totems? I did not expect that.
At the idea of watering their plants. We've got you covered. This next build automates a whole garden using spell totems. At the root of...
Okay, so this is exactly what I theory crafted. The idea before he goes on, like, my idea was to use spell totems, but specifically physical spell totems, and use the plants, because the plants themselves are physical spells, to cast in between the spell totems. So let's see if this is possible. Let's see what he does, because this might be exactly what I want to play.
Of this build is the Wild Surge Incantation Keystone, which makes
Storm and plant spells deal 40% more or 50% more damage. Cost 50% less, but they have 75% less duration. This is insane.
all storm and plant spells deal more damage and cost less resources, at the cost of losing a lot of their duration. But because we're automating this, duration isn't a huge concern. This build makes use of the new unique Falls Protector.
Okay, so I was looking at this chess piece as well, because okay, the idea, like, this is everything that I was theory crafting as well, and like a bunch of people have been talking about this, right? Like how to generate charges. Where was it? Yeah, I was just looking at like charge generation, like any mention of like charges, charge or reference, and you can see all these different references to charge. And one of the most unique thing we saw was power charge on critical hit, right? And then the other thing was we were shown the Oracle ascendancy and like what inevitable crit was. Druid. I wonder if it's updated or not. So yeah, it is updated. So the idea was to use forced outcome, which gives us inevitable crit. What this is saying, like to simplify all of this, is every time you hit, you're pretty much always going to crit. You're just going to do less damage if your crit chance is low. If you have a higher crit chance, you will do a little bit less damage. And then once you get 100% crit chance, then I guess you don't really need this keystone. Right? Because 100% crit is inevitable crit, right? Like you're all, or not even inevitable crit, it's like it's crit. So once you get 100% crit, then you don't need this. But up until then, you're going to need this. And you might want to skip out on 100% crit and instead just get this. Now, if I um I guess I have to go back to Druid. Or maybe we could see it here. Was it this one? Thrashing Vines. Thrashing Vines seems correct. So if you look at Thrashing Vines, it has a 10% crit chance. And the 10% crit chance, let's say you scale it to like 30%, right? Let's just say you get like 200% increased crit chance somewhere. Um, you'll get 30% crit chance. And with the 30% crit chance, this keystone becomes like pretty good, right? Like roughly 30%. You get 30% less damage every time you miss your crit. And if you have 30% crit chance, you get like 3 tries essentially. Um and re-rolling, like re-rolling is also like it doesn't make it so that the second one is like 60% total. It's actually much higher. It's like, I don't know the math for it. But anyways, the idea is to use um oh yeah, I forgot. Is to use these plants, right, in between our spell totem. And we'll talk about spell totem later, because the main problem with spell totems is you need power charges or endurance charges to actually spawn them. Now, what we saw previously from the Ziggy D's video is that the bear can generate a lot of endurance charges. So with the bear, you could summon spell totems, but the problem is all of bear's abilities are like fizz, right? So it's like it's like, why would you use spell totem? You know, like then the spell totem aspect wouldn't be the primary damage; it would be like a secondary damage, and that's when Vol's Protector comes. I mean, he's showcasing it right now, but with inevitable crit, right? Since you're pretty much guaranteed to crit every single time, especially with your vines, then what you can do is, use this, and then you have a 25% chance to generate power charges. And so if you have like enough attack speed, or cast speed, you're gonna get a ton of power charges. Okay, it might echo. I was just checking my audio. Let's continue.
To ensure that we've always got plenty of power charges to summon our totems. After we generate our initial charges, our totems will be able to self-sustain their cost. So, if we put Entangle on a spell totem, it can build a garden for us. All we have to do is water it with a gentle little thunderstorm. One of our support gems also appreciates this
Triggers accelerated growth on overgrowing plants created by support skill.
downpour. Accelerated growth triggers an explosion once it's been overgrown, blinding enemies it hits.
Blinding enemies. Blind is very strong. Blind is a very strong debuff.
Tougher rares and bosses, you'd probably want to throw in some Thrashing Vines to ensure a true plantastrophe, bodily botany, chlorophyll overkill. But maybe you're not.
Okay, so let's pause there for a second. So he was putting Entangle, which is this, on the spell totem. Okay. So this thing says conjures a root-bound fissure that crawls forward, damaging enemies in its path. While the fissure persists, vines lash out from it and attach to nearby enemies, damaging and slowing them. So when Ziggy D showed this, it just looks like it was just slowing enemies and it was barely doing any damage. Okay, so this is not the main source of damage. This is kind of like the primer, the kind of slow, etc. Thrashing Vines was where the damage actually was coming from. So this is level 9. It's saying 34 to 51 fizz damage. Right, and it says 2 vines grow per cast. Limit 1 vine growth area. So it's gonna it says duration 8 seconds. So 75% less duration is what? So it would be 2 seconds, and the cast time is 1 second. It's kind of rough. But as you can see, it has a physical tag on it, and this one does as well. I don't know, maybe you could increase the duration somehow, and I don't know, increase the duration somehow, and then just get a lot of damage from that keystone he showed us. But let's look at the wolf.
Not into gardens, and more into tearing them up with an army of dog friends. This wolfpack build is a good place to start. In order to support an army of minions, you can take the Lord of the Wild's keystone to allow you to...
You can equip a non-unique scepter while wielding a talisman. 50% less spirit. Non-minion skills have 50% less reservation efficiency. So this is saying you put on your talisman and then you put on a scepter, and you scale spirit on your scepter, and you use that spirit for your minion skills. If you try to do anything else with it, it's gonna be bad.
Use a scepter alongside your animal talisman. This will buff your minions and provide a respectable pack of 8 wolf friends. But we can get this number even higher. As we pounce around the map, our damage is enough to shred our foes and attract more wolves to the pack. But what's the point of this build if we're not howling? Lunar Assault helps us clear and freeze enemies and buff our wolves for even more damage. This build also makes use of rage in a few ways. Notably, it uses commanding rage to make
A very rage also grants you 1% minion attack speed and minion damage. Wow, that's pretty strong.
your rage affect your wolves. Rage also extends the duration of Lunar Blessing, a skill that gives the entire pack more cold damage and creates destructive moonbeams each time we hit. Lastly, let's warm things back up with the Demon Bear. Here, we're using Fury of the King.
So this is the unique talisman. This also gives us an idea on what the talisman could look like. I mean, this flat damage is kind of absurd, no? On top of that, it has fizz damage. Bear skills convert 80% of physical damage to fire damage. Okay. Skills which require glory generate 4 glory every 2 seconds. So this could be really, really good with the apocalypse. This one, because you need 100 glory to use this, and it lasts for 12 seconds. You could increase the duration of this. This skill actually looked pretty good in Ziggy D's video. He actually has timestamps. So right here, he uses a apocalypse, and he actually didn't socket anything into them, based on my understanding. So this one shows 150 glory, 12 seconds, 6.65. So this got changed to 100 glory. How long was it? 100 glory, 12 seconds, the same duration, but then trigger frequency is 0.75. You could increase it with quality, and then, you know, like some support gems. You could also get quality that way. Had something else over here. But anyways, this thing like drops like all these 3 different types of elemental objects from the sky, I guess, like hailstorm, meteor, and some lightning. And let's see when he actually gets it. Is he gonna get? Okay, there you go. So that thing procced. As you can see, there's hailstorm, and they're auto targeting. You see these ice particles, and then the fireball just hit. Here comes another fireball that's gonna hit him. Okay, it didn't actually hit him. It hit behind him. You can see the hailstorm coming in, auto targeting, etc. So, you know, generating 4 glory every, so it's just 2 glory every second. So you would need 50 seconds to generate apocalypse. But the thing is, you're also getting glory another way, right? Does it tell you? Build glory by hitting enemies with elemental damage. So this could also mean that if maybe if you use like multiple projectiles, or if you multi-hit enemies, you could generate a lot of glory. So like rolling magma with like multi-projectiles could potentially generate apocalypse really fast. So there's a potential there. Heaps of cool druid builds coming up. Yeah, I know. There's about to be a ton. So let's continue. Let's see what the demon fire bear looks like.
To transform into a burning monstrosity.
There's also another skill that's associated with this, the Molten Crash. So let's see if they show that. And they're showing it with skill speed. So let's see.
With this, we can open molten fissures everywhere we jump. Once opened, we've got a few options to make them erupt again and again. We could use a shockwave totem, which repeatedly blasts the ground. And of course, we're still a bear, so we can rampage around, triggering the fissures over and over. To capitalize on this, we're going to want to extend our rampage as long as we can. Once we are as angry
This
as we
looks
can be,
insane.
our rampage can last around 20 seconds. That's a lot of pounding. Just like the Wyvern build from earlier, we're going to make use of the Primal Hunger Keystone and the Eternal Rage buff gem. That's how the build plays, but to me the best part
Okay, so he's actually using Oracle on this build.
of this build is the Oracle Ascendancy.
He's using +1 totem, and he's not using the crit. He's using these keystone stuff. Let's see.
Look at this passive tree. It's just as cooked as...
He is not taking any of the Oracle nodes. He's literally not taking any of the Oracle nodes, but he is taking the keystone.
Is our bear. We've done something very fun here.
He literally is not taking any of the Oracle nodes.
Grabbing as many keystones as possible and using them to take...
So this is Pain Attunement. This is Zealot's Oath. So I was looking at this. So it looks like this is going to get moved down here. And then Pain Attunement is going to be like somewhere over here. And then there's going to be a whole bunch of notables. But is he taking Blood Magic? Oh no, Blood Magic got changed to the maximum or more rage.
Some of the bigger nodes without the lead-ups. We've taken Resolute Technique.
So you can't deal crit.
So we don't crit, which allows us to take Pain Attunement.
I see what he's doing. So I see the combo here. So since he's not doing crit, he could be full life.
So we don't see the upside or the downside. There's more going on, but we'll let you figure it out for yourself.
Okay, so is this one of the Oracle? I can't tell. I can't tell what this is. But he's taking Pain Attunement to take these two nodes.
As you can see, the Druid offers a lot of options. Whether you're tearing through maps with storms, scorching everything from the sky, and
see, one thing I wanted to see was if you look at his endurance charges.
Want to extend our rampage as long as we can. Once we are
and he's gonna summon a totem.
Our rampage can last around 20 seconds. That's a lot of pounding. Just like the white.
Yeah, let's see how he's generating.
Again. We could use a shockwave totem, which repeatedly blasts the ground. And of course, we're still a bear, so we can...
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how his endurance charges are coming up, but that's what's allowing him to just summon totems. And is that an ancestral warrior totem here? He's got shockwave totem and he's got like some other form of a totem.
And rampage around, triggering the fissures over and over. To capitalize on this, we're going to want to extend our rampage as long as we can. Once we are as angry as we can be, our rampage can last around 20 seconds. That's
okay, let's take a look at his rage.
the ground.
The rage is going down.
Bear, so we can rampage around,
Goes
triggering the
back
fishes
up.
over and over. To capitalize on this, we're going to want to extend our rampage as long as we can. Once we are as angry as we can be, our rampage can last around 20 seconds. That's a lot of pounding. Just like the Wyvern build from it.
It just looks like his rage goes down when he's not fighting. As soon as he starts fighting, it goes back up. I mean, yeah, this. I do think this apocalypse node is gonna be pretty good, and I don't know. I mean, like I think the first 2 points you just spend on this. You just spend on turning of the seasons. This just gives you more damage, right? Exposure plus damage is extra. Pretty good, especially early on. And then Apocalypse is gonna be insane. And like the thing about Apocalypse, based on what I heard and what I saw on the forums, it seems like the mana cost is like a one-time thing, which means it's not going to continuously spend mana for this duration of 12 seconds. It's going to go on for 12 seconds and then cast all these different I don't even know what to call it, like elemental things falling from the sky. So I think if you're playing Shaman, I think you just go Turning of the Seasons and then Apocalypse as your first 2 points. And then Reactive Growth is going to be really good. Now you could be tempted to just go for the Rage, but just keep in mind he was playing Oracle Bear there, and his Rage had like no issues. Like he had 0 issues with his Rage. So I don't think you need to worry about Furious Wellspring. And then also this Rage grants more spell damage. I really don't know how we're going to utilize this. I haven't seen anything that makes me confident in using it. And he also wasn't using crit. I do want to watch this video again because the most like funny enough, the most that I'm interested in is the plants.
After the announcement last week, the green thumbs amongst us got pretty excited at the idea of watering their...
Like these plants look really interesting, and he also mentioned totem here, but he's utilizing it a little bit different than what I was thinking. Like let's watch
their plants. We've got you covered. This next build automates a whole garden using spell totems. At the root of this build is the Wild Surge Incantation Keystone, which makes...
So he is using this, which makes the plants deal more damage and they cost less. Now if we take a look, Thrashing Vines, which is going to be our primary, like for plants, it's going to be our main source of damage. It has a 8-second duration. So that means with 75% less duration, it's going to be 2 seconds. So 2 seconds, but it has a cast time of 1 second. So I don't know. I think like to make it feel better, it needs like a faster casting time and maybe some duration nodes.
all storm and plant spells...
Let's just screenshot this. Let's like just like put something together. Let's have like a spreadsheet here. Let's call this like plants.
deal more damage and cost less resources.
Okay, so there's another totem node here. Can I just take a look? Yeah, I think this is the same totem node. So he's taking damage, attack speed, because I think it's or cast speed. Yeah, you wouldn't want to take any of these middle nodes because they're life and duration.
At the cost.
He's taking armor ES nodes here. Hi there, there's a new unique where you get 5 rage per second. There's a new unique, or are you talking about the persistent buff? Skills duration there. For closest skills duration cluster, it can easy offset 75% off. Yeah, based on the Ziggy D video, I believe it was this little thing. Let's see if I could find it. Gonna watch this times 2, or I'm not gonna watch this at times 2. Gonna watch this at times 2. There we go. Let's do 2.5. I think they showed the new unique in the video. So from my understanding, it wasn't a new unique. It was a persistent buff. Let me see if I can find it.
We've also made use of some of the more powerful effects from the Shaman's Wisdom of the Magi. The Isle of Maxarius increased.
Yeah, this one, where you regen 5 rage per second. Yeah, it's a buff. It's a reservation, 100 spirit. Which, I mean, like, yeah, like 100 spirit's not bad. It's I don't know if, I heard that there's gonna be like some reservations, like I don't even know what it's called, but like reservation nodes here to like help reduce spirit. So it could make this like more viable, or you have to drop a whole bunch of stuff, or you have to invest a lot. I mean, nowadays, like everything in PoE, you end up getting like 200 spirit at the very top end of things. Like for example, like you get like 50 spirit on your chest piece, and you get 50 spirit on your amulet, and then now you have 100 spirit to work with. And there are some like pretty good notables. Like bark skin looks really good. Did they update bark skin? Yeah, like this bark skin 30 spirit. This is gonna be really good. I mean, I was already testing armor ES in my Sork build because I thought armor ES is like good. Um and with bark skin it's gonna be really good. Yeah, the Vol Protector, the Charges armor looks really good. Let me have that up somewhere. I think it's called like Vol's Protector. Well, actually, I had it over here. Yeah. Vol's Protector, 25% chance for power charge and crit. This combo I'm thinking to use with Oracle. There's so many ads over here. So with like Forced Outcome, with forced outcome, you're pretty much always guaranteed to crit, at the cost of less damage. And that gives you 25% chance to generate power charges. So what, like the personal thing, like the personal build that I'm thinking about is using Vol's Protector. This could become an expensive item. We'll see. Copy it. Vol's Protector. We'll put the gear pieces over here or something like that. Well, we'll figure out how to organize it. And then inevitable crit for sure. I love you more than my kids. hopefully I put together a good build. Inevitable crit, I guess this is like more, yeah. And now we need something to crit, right? Like the idea is, okay, now you're critting. What do we want to use? And that's where, I was looking at the plants, and now we have a keystone that, makes the plants do more damage. So I think plants is going to be super viable. So put a delay. Yeah. So this will be like our sort of like main skill, right? So we're gonna use this keystone. In order for it to work, we're gonna use this skill. So thrashing vines is gonna be our main skill that we are gonna use to deal more damage and to crit. Use plant as spark. What about totems? Okay, so now this is where the totems come in, right? So this, with all of this setup, this is how we're gonna generate power charges for, I guess we'll put these all together. This is like, I don't know how to organize this. Okay, we'll figure it out later. And then for spell totem, let's do another one. Oh, I need a delay. So for spell totem, yeah, that's sort of the idea, right? So now we want to use spell totems, right? Like the idea is to use spell totems, but in order to use spell totems, we have to use power charges or endurance charges. Now with the bear is generating endurance charges as he's like walking. Like I literally have no idea what he's doing, but every time he gets into a fight, the bear generates like 3 endurance charges like instantly. Like you don't have to do anything. So the bear is also has like potential here, but the problem with the bear is like he's doing physical, and with spell totems we want to think about like we could do spell physical, right? But we want to do spells. So this is our way to generate them. We use inevitable crits with the vines. The crit we use so that we could generate power charges on hit, and maybe we could like create more vines or whatever. We'll see how like what else we need to keep generating power charges. And now we could summon spell totem. So now what is the best combo with this? Since this is a spell physical already, like you can see it's a spell tag and it's got a physical tag, it makes sense to use a physical spell in our totem. So we're going to use, where's our skills? actually here, skill gems, cutting. I think what makes the most sense is to use Bone Storm, because Bone Storm, right, is AoE, or it's a spell. It's a physical tag, and on top of that, it has 15% base crit chance. So it's got a really good crit chance. It does physical and spell damage. So I think this is going to be what we use in our totem. Get a delay. Boom, boom, boom. Just like that. So that's the idea of getting, our totems to work. And while our totems are down, we use thrashing vines and like all the other stuff. Like all there's like a couple other things, right? Like you can use entangle to slow them down, etc., etc. um Briar patch. So let's see what this says. While active, a portion of physical attack damage you deal is stored. Okay, so casting a spell uses the store damage to create a patchy thorn ground that needles moving enemies. I don't know. I think this does not seem like it's going to do anything. Which is fine because we're going to use bark skin anyways. I think bark skin is going to be really good value. Now, the other problem to solve is actually totems. So, actually, let's talk about um the Oracle ascendancy first. Right? So, we are going to take force outcome, right? And via that, we are going to get lesser harm. Now, the like the no-brainer idea is to just take unnamed heartwood. I think instead. Oh, actually, oh, wait, hold up. We're okay. Okay, wait. Let me think about this for a second. What was that node that he showed for the wolf? Was the wolf node the reservation node? Let me just take a look. You can equip a non-unique scepter while wielding a talisman for 50% less spirits, but non-minion skills have 50% less reservation efficiency. Yeah, this I was hoping that this thing wouldn't come with the downside that bad. Yeah, the idea was to use a scepter. Can we still do it? Like the thing is, we're like, if we use this, we're actually not using a talisman. So I feel like we could use a scepter. Right? Like if we if our goal is to just use vines and then eventually use spell totem, then we can just use scepter. That's what I'm thinking. Is there a weapon types? Scepter mod. So what you would do is you would go. I think you only need 3 to 4 spell totems and likely only for bossing DPS. Yeah, that is true. I mean, it really depends on how much power charges you could generate, but increased spirit, you get 65% increased spirit. Can't you also get like flat spirit, or no? Because the idea was to get like a ton of spirit and where is it? And then use Ancestral Bond, which gives us unlimited totems, but they each cost 75 spirits each. How goes it from Scepter? You can get flat. So you can get flat. That's what Zelgod said. So if you could get percent spirit and you can get flat, like if you get a ton of spirit, you could potentially use Ancestral Bond. And that's how you get like a ton of totems. Because like ideally, like the way I would want to play is to just use purely totems. But that just isn't PoE 2. I'm just gonna. I don't think Bond is worth it. Okay. We'll keep it. We'll keep it on the side. We'll keep it on the side. We could. We could go for +1 maximum totem. I mean, that it just makes it so that we could have only 2. And then we would have to. I think the only other source of +1 totem is like over here somewhere. Let me just type totem. This is Ballista totem. Is it this one? Yeah, it's all the way over here. Ancestral Artifice. Is there one here? This one's not it for sure. Place and speed. I mean, we could hope there is one for the Oracle. You need over 225 or you're playing catch up with other way to get more totems. Overabundance support gem. That's true. You could use overabundance. What's the downside of overabundance? Isn't it just less duration? Oh, alpha helmet for more spirit. Let me look at overabundance. Skills have +1 limit, 50% less skill effect duration. Is there a second one? Overabundance. Okay, what's level 2? 40% less effect, roughly. Okay, we'll just put that in our little screenshot. How long is the totem duration? Does it say 8 seconds? So 40% less is actually not bad. It'll be like roughly what, like 4 seconds, like 4.55 seconds. But the other problem with overabundance is like it's gonna take away like support gem slots. Um, oh yeah, the amulet. The amulet is a good one. That's the thing. Like, wait, well, what's the amulet called? Uh, oh. Okay, let's see what it gives us. It gives us +1 limit, dexterity, max life. So here's my thing, right? Like, why not just use a +65 spirit amulet and then also get like a whole ton of other things from a rare, right? Like, I could get, I don't know, like +3 skills, 65 spirit, and then I could get like res, life, armor if I want, etc. Yeah. I mean, like technically +1 is 75 spirit if I go ancestral bond, right? But what I'm saying is I could just get 65 spirit, which is as close to getting you know limit 1, and then like my scepter will make up for it. I'll definitely keep this. This is like if you don't want to use ancestral, I'll like move ancestral bond here. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I could make it up with scepter, right? Well, like what do these scepters look like? Let me just see. You could get like 200 spirit, 211 spirit. So these are like, oh, okay. So you're rolling for max spirit and then hybrid spirit mana. Is there like a rune? It looks like they're putting in rune to get another 10%. But early leveling, I have doubts. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, I think early on, you know, it makes sense. Yeah, like this thing is worth like 55 divine. I mean, like the thing is, like, I don't need any of this other stuff. Yeah, like this is like barely worth anything. Look at this, 170 spirit. Uh, so spell totem. The what I'm planning is I am planning on going. forced outcome with inevitable crits. That's gonna help me generate power charges, and I'm planning on using Thrashing Vines to help me generate the power charges. Since I'm using Thrashing Vines, which is gonna be spell physical, I'm thinking of using Bone Storm on my totem, and then that way all my spells physical can like go well together. That's the idea. Oh, he got the double. Oh, and then he corrupted it. Oh wow, that's insane. Can I? I don't know how to do this right now, so I'm just gonna like do some trade filter tricks, like one divine. Yeah, like getting 190 spirit for one divine. Isn't Bone Storm a charge? Does Bone Storm require a charge? Channel. Oh, it could it. Well, I think it consumes the power charge to do a larger explosion. I don't know if it uses the charge itself. And I think the totems would have to get the power charge. You should watch Tati. I don't know how to say that name correctly, but I'm gonna say Tati. Tati's video if you haven't. Yeah, let me see if I find it. He goes over sharing power charges with totems. He's a totem enjoyer. Oh yeah, he does do a lot. Does he do Ice Spear totems in PoE 1? He did a Flame Blast totem. Okay, yeah, Flame Blast pretty popular. He did mortars. Mortar, artillery, ballista. Shockwave totem. Okay. Okay, so he didn't play my build in PoE 1. He doesn't. He seems like he plays a lot of different totem builds. He he made an hour-long video on totems. I watched that hour, lol. Okay, well, okay, he's got timestamps. Okay, spell totems in general, skill them, totem limit. Okay, so he's also thinking about using Bone Storm, best skill, using pressure. Oh, and then he goes over like everyone. I also thought about using Frost Darts. Hex Blast? Doesn't Hex Blast like just straight up not work? TLDR, Bone Storm is correct, yeah. It seems like Bone Storm seems like the best one. Plan B, Volcano. I guess technically Volcano is correct. Okay, let's see what he says about wait, was I let me just take a screenshot of this so I can remember. Actually, let me get the divine price too. But yeah, I just want to get like some random spirit scepter and then slap on like this. And then also, what was that other unique? It was called like Alpha Hal. So this also gives us 100 spirit, just flat. This could be a potential option. And then let me also get amulet. I think it's flat spirit. Let's go with like 45. And then spirit implicit like 10, at least 10. It's like 2 regal orbs. Okay, why is this screenshot so big? So this is roughly, I'm just going to sum this up, 200, 300, 360. 360 spirit plus your base 100. So you got like 460 spirit. It's because of how the AI will use Bone Storm effectively. Yeah, I agree. I played Bone Storm before, like on a witch, just for like a leveling practice, like campaign. I haven't used it like super deep into the end game, but you have to like channel it and like charge it up over your head. I guess that does make totems like way better because like the totems will aim, etc. But I also did want to try out frost dart as well. You're personally going crit tornadoes. Tornadoes are interesting because they are dot but produce a hit per second. True, true. Tornadoes do look interesting, but you have to create a degen ground, right? You have to create like your own degen ground. And from the showcase, they showed Chill Ground, which is from like Frost Nexus, which I've used in the past. But I don't know. Can you create like Burning Ground or something? Okay, let's take a look at this video.
Already exists in the game, and most of the spells they will be introducing in the future patches, you can just use those spells to summon through totems. You summon a totem and totem shoots them for you. So this opens up a massive playground for a storm.
I guess you could also use Spark. A what ground? Grounds are optional. Oh, are they optional? I thought you needed to use like Burning Ground or Chilled Ground. Like what I was thinking was like Frost Nexus. So Frost Nexus is support that says whenever you freeze an enemy, it creates a chill ground for 8 seconds. So I was wondering if there's any like way to create something on the ground. Shouldn't there be, like let me see, Burning Ground? Is there like Burning Ground? It might not be. Oh, there is. It no longer creates Burning Ground. Oh, so they just get a buff. Is Do they have tornado here? Were they able to get any info on it? Okay, let's take a look. Create a storm that sucks in enemies and deals physical damage over time. A tornado that overlaps an elemental ground surface absorbs the surface's debuff for 4 seconds, applying it to enemies inside the tornado and causing the tornado to deal extra damage of that element. Deals 16.3 physical damage per second. Modifiers to spell damage apply to debuffs damage over time. Interesting. Deal 81.3 damage per second on each absorbed elemental damage type. Yeah, so wouldn't you want to actually create as many like degen grounds? Or debuff surfaces or whatever they want to call it? I mean, it seems like you do like 4 times, like 4.5 times the damage if you do absorb a damage type. So it's also a limit skill, so you could wait. How long's the duration? Does it say duration? Oh, 8 seconds. So you could use overabundance and get like 4.55 seconds and get like 2 tornadoes. And then you're going crit. Are you gonna use the Oracle Ascendancy? I guess I should keep this here and then look at ore. Does a new Sork Ascension scale with minion stats or elemental stats? We don't know. I actually haven't looked too much into that yet, but this new Sork stuff looks so sick. Actually, it should say right here, it doesn't have any minion nodes. Command, physical. It seems like it scales with like, well, this one scales with physical. This one scales with cold and AoE. And this one is fire. This thing looks so sick because this instrument of power is so strong. I think that's why they. I don't know if this is true actually. Wait, let me take a look at scepters. Didn't they nerf like scepters? PoE 2 DB has some mix info on tornadoes. Can you still get +4 on scepters, or is that not a thing? Did they nerf it to 3 or I should say focus, sorry. It's a focus, right? You could use it with the focus. It's focus. I mean, let's take a look. So it wait, goes to 5? Oh no, sorry. 2 and 1. Oh, really? It's yeah. So I think this is a nerfed one, right? I think they nerfed it because of this. If the Jin stuff scales with minion stats, does that make the staff node useless? If it scales with minion stuff. I mean, yeah, I guess since like what is the focus even gonna do for minions? I haven't looked at too much into this class at all, but my initial thought was yeah, to use a staff and a focus and primarily build crit. Like focus has like decent crit chance, and like this physical one again, like I don't know why, but like these physical ones are like the more interesting ones. Like crit weakness, crit increased crit damage. Like these numbers look insane. I mean, this is level 20. It's level 20. Like stun build up. Reap. Yeah. Yeah, reap. Also, I don't know if anyone saw this detail, but when you watch the video,
Hi, I'm Mark Robert.
when they first show you the ascendancy, I think you straight up get yeah. So if you look at this, you get all three, and he has like 5 ascendancy points. Oh wait, no, I'm like trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. Never mind. Just I'm losing it. For some reason, I thought he had 6 ascendancy points, and with 1 point, he got all 3 of them. But no, he actually specced into all 3 of them. And then you have to spec each individual time into one of these. This class is using a lot of points. I mean, I don't think you would go into all of the. What were the other nodes? Let me take a look. I don't know how good this is. Like, I haven't used time loss jewels like at all in this game. So 40% increase radius. Like, I don't even know what the time loss jewels do. Like, I never used them in a build. 40% more energy shield recharge rate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And these are and this is saying non-unique as well. So I don't know, like I don't know if this one is good. 100% of elemental damage is taken from mana before life. This could be good. This is like a pretty good defense. This recharge rate is pretty crazy too. But the the main problem with energy shield, oh snap! I just thought of this because now we have bark skin, more energy recharge rate. Well, there's also that support gem. Um, Does this have spirit? No, it doesn't. What's that support gem called? Is this barrier invocation? Oh no, convalescence. I think it's convalescence, right? Yeah. While active, grants a skill that you can use to instantly begin recharging your energy shield. Gain a buffer duration that prevents the recharge being interrupted. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Uh I don't know. Is the 4 teaching even good then? Like 1 second. I was thinking maybe you could use it with like bark skin or something. The 4th teaching. I mean the main problem with energy shield is the start time, and you kind of want to make the start time lower. This is just gonna make it so that when you're on low energy shield, you just jump back up like really fast. I don't know. I like mainly I've played evasion builds. I played armor builds, armor evasion builds, and then last league I played like evasion and deflection. And anytime I've played like Sork or like Witch or anything, I played like armor ES, and that's mainly for the campaign. Because like every time I played ES in the campaign, you just get wrecked. But energy shield at the end game is like super OP because you could get like 30,000 energy shield, and your EHP is just ridiculous. What tornado is correct? Deferred tornado or tornado skill gem? Well, I would assume it would not be the deferred tornado. 60% of your current energy shield is added to your armor for determining your physical. 60% of your current energy shield is added to your armor for determining your physical damage reduction from armor. That's like worded so crazy. They have different texts and different tags. I feel like the deferred one would not be the correct one though. They're probably like doing something with it on PoE 2DB then. Or like they're probably like data mining it or something. I guess these two could be really good. Like these two kind of fit in with bark skin, and then you go like energy shield armor on this Sork. What's this Sork called again? Varshtas, right? Varshtas. So Varshtas, maybe you go 4 teaching and sacred rituals, and then you build bark skin and armor ES, and then that gives you 4 points to spend on these in my opinion, the physical one looks really good because I just like crit, and scaling crit and getting like crit damage could be like really strong. And then I don't think you get instrument of power. I don't know what weapon you use with this. Like, I guess you still use a staff. Yeah, crit scaling. I feel like crit scaling is like the best. I feel like crit scaling is the best, and the best one to do it on is this Killari's. It's got 15% crit chance. He's got inherent crit damage. And it says swift hits. So I don't know how many times he hits. This one has a 5-second cooldown, but it can store up to 3 uses. Has a pretty good cast time. 15% crit chance. Same thing over here. This thing does not have any cooldown. So you'd have to spend 3 points here. You spend 3 points here, so you have 1 point to work with. And then I guess you could take the base one to give you mana regen. What's the other one give you? Or you could use this other guy for even more damage. Yeah, forced outcome, inevitable crit. I think that's the way to go. And then the only thing for the druid, the only time when forced outcome isn't good is super late game when you have 100% crit. Once you have 100% crit, like, you don't need this. I mean, even once you have like 80% crit, you don't really want to use this. Yeah, like this node is really good when you can get to like 30% crit. Once you get like 30% crit, like this node is like perfect. And then, like, of course, like the more and more crit you get, the better this becomes, but then there's a fall off. It's like a bell curve. If you have too low of a crit, this is bad. If you have too high of a crit, like, this is bad. But around like the middle, around like 30% to like 60% crit, I think this node is good. Fall off starts at 40. Yeah, fall off. Yeah, you could say it starts at 40. You could say it starts off at 50. It really comes down to how much you invest into crit damage as well. Because if you invested a lot in crit damage, then yeah, like the fall off, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to do the full numbers on this. Because let's say you have like 700% crit damage, like 30% less. Yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of math involved, but like TLDR, it's like you try to get to 30% crit chance, and once you start investing into higher, like you get to 30% crit chance and you invest into crit damage, I think, and then maybe get like 50% crit chance, and then that's when you scale crit damage like super high. And then once you get to like 70-80%, you just completely unspec out of this. Yeah, super critical. What does super critical do again? I haven't seen that one in a while. supported supported skills have 100% crit damage bonus. Supported skills have 20% less crit chance. Okay, so it's a less. Yeah, like this could be good to use if you can get your final crit chance to be like 40%. Like if you have 40% crit chance, but it's giving you 100% more damage. It seems like there's a lot of like fun stuff you can do. Is there any other one? Pinpoint critical? What does this do? Pinpoint critical is the opposite. It's more crit chance but less damage. Pinpoint critical is actually a lot like inevitable crit, but it's not guaranteed crit. Yeah. Super critical. Where's the other one? Oh, inevitable crit. Oh, this is like the node. Gain 25% increased crit chance each second up to 200%. This critical chance is lost whenever a skill supported by an inevitable crit critically hits. I don't know. There's just a lot of fun stuff you could do here. Wait, can you craft? There's one thing I need to check. Can you can you craft totems on a staff? Let me check actually one thing. Like, is it bows? Can you craft totems on bows, or is it crossbows? I think it's crossbows, isn't it? Yeah, +1 to summon ballista totem. So this is ballista only. I don't know if staves could do totems at all. No. Check tornado. Tornado. Is it over here? Tornado skill gem tornado. This seems completely different. create a tornado that chases enemies for a duration. Orb. Oh, is it? Here's what I'm thinking it is. I think Tornado Skill Tornado is the unbuffed version, like without any of the absorbed damage type. And that's what this is. So I think it's like the first form. Like this portion of it is tornado. I thought the one from Amazon is called like whirling something. Twister. It's called Twister. Dude, we got Twisters, we have Tornado. What's next? Hurricane? Yeah, Twister is completely different. It doesn't even have any tornado tags. Yeah, so I think this tornado skill is like the base tornado, and then deferred is like they just don't have the info for what happens when it absorbs the elemental type, I think. Yeah, I think it definitely has a limit, right? I think it's still following this limit 1. Let's take a look. Oh, do we get to see bark skin? Okay, here's the thing. Okay, like I'm pretty sure I'm going to play druid. I need to see um I need to see him cutting skills. So thrashing vines you don't get until level 9. So we're not going to be able to use that, and the spell totems we actually get at level 7, but the problem is like that early on we're not going to be using anything. So we need like some way to level early on, and I'm thinking, I mean, like we could use everything, but I'm thinking like wolf just looks really good. Like bear also looks really good. So I think maybe what I do is I just use bear, right? Like Furious Slam, Volcano, Shockwave Totem, and then Pounce as my movement ability. And Fury of the Mountain seems really good. Ferocious Roar also is pretty good. It like auto war cries. Give me see what they showed us. Okay, so we have Furious Slam, Walking Calamity. Is that what that was? Oh no, Walking Calamity is all the way over here. Rampage, Furious Slam. What is this? Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, so we need a plan to level early on, right? So that's why I'm saying we use the bear, we use Furious Slam, we use Volcano, we use Shockwave Totem, then we use Pounce, then we go into Fury of the Mountain. I still don't know what this is. Oh, Devour. That's a Wyvern ability. Yeah, it's a Wyvern ability, so we don't have to worry about that. Fury of the Mountain, we actually got like a sneak peek of it. Oh yeah, right here. Gain 3 rage on hit. Wait, actually, does he have? Does he?
Welcome back, eggs.
Does he hover over?
G'day, folks. Ziggity here with a
See what he has for timestamps. Volcano Mall. Okay, okay, so that's how he's generating rage. So every time he hits, it's 5. Shapeshift into a bear and rake enemies with your claws, generating rage on hit. And I think what's happening with his hands is he's double hitting. So he generates 10 rage every time he like double hits, I guess.
Rage on hit, and Furious Slam spends rage to empower itself with a Maul to kick off Assault for Wolf and Furious Slam for Bear. I'll test all of them as we...
Okay, so Furious Slam. Shapeshift into a shapeshift into a bear and slam the ground with great force, causing a pair of shockwaves. Can spend rage to create larger shockwaves that leave behind jagged ground. Spend 10 rage to perform enrage slam if possible. So you hit. Wait, what the hell? So your combo is to like auto attack twice, which is just like one claw, like right claw, left claw. You get 10 rage, and then you just slam. That's it? And there's Volcano.
Each of the three
So Volcano, 4 to 6 fire damage, modifier speed. Limit 1, more eruption damage per additional stage. How do you get more stages? So if you get overabundance, then this thing goes to 4-second early on, but you could put 2 down. So do you want to cast two volcanoes and then just have for 4 seconds? And do basically double damage, or you put it once and then not have to I think you don't even put overabundance. I think you just put one volcano down and then you're good. You don't worry about overabundance. So I think so this is gonna be like what I'm gonna be trying to test out and try out. Right. We'll see. We'll have to see some of the nodes. Let me just go over this. Okay, so inevitable crit. We're gonna pair that with thrashing vines. Thrashing vines. We're gonna pair that with wild surge, incantation, which just gives us 50% more damage to our plants. They cost less, and they have reduced duration. So it's only gonna last for like 2 seconds basically, but then we could invest into duration. That's the thing, we don't get this till level 9 gem, which is like level 31. So we're not gonna get this until Act 3. so so tree pathing is gonna be later. I don't actually know. I need to see the passive tree. Like straight up, I need to see the passive tree. Did they drop anything else? Okay, no, they haven't dropped anything else. Okay. Yeah, so that's the idea of what we're gonna try to aim for towards Act 3. We might have to respec, but like when I last checked around Act 3, you have like plenty of gold actually. Like you actually have plenty of gold. Um and then we'll also have access to trade, so we could, spend like an exalt or two to get like some decent gear. But spells physical, like if you're going spells physical, then we just get a wand and a focus, and then we could do like really good. But I mean, stabs are getting buffed too, so we could look at both. I might actually start making a trade filter. League start. I'll just put an exalt because we don't have druid yet. Screw it. We'll put it. Yeah, we'll put exalt. So league start, like getting like a all spell skills. Spell. Actually, we should do What's it called? Like spell damage. Spell physical. Cast speed. Does cast speed matter? Yeah, I guess cast speed does matter. Cast speed. I feel like that's good. When would we try to buy? Most likely in Act 2. So we would be level like 25. One divine. Are you out of your mind? One exalt. Gonna limit this to like, let's say we'll probably only have like 2 exalts to our name. So this is staff. So we'd have to like wand maybe. So this, we would only get a +1 for 1x. That's kind of crazy actually. Oh, life spring. Wait, what if we do this? Okay, yeah. I think this is like the better trade filter because you want to try to get at least level 2 and then spell damage. I'm gonna remove the requirements, but yeah, that we're definitely gonna have to look at that. Spell fizz. Focus. Can change this to 1 because this is getting nerfed. Like 2x. 2x level 25. Maybe I keep the levels in there. Put like, you need it before Dreadnought, so like 28. Oh, this is actually kind of crazy. 41 crit chance. Well, actually, like if we're only gonna use it, if we're only gonna use it when we get the ability, then we gotta be like level 33. It's. I'll just remove the level. I'm just gonna remove the level. And then instead, so when we, yeah, like what is this level 31? So when we get to 31, then we could try to go into like spell fizz and whatnot. Give me okay, yeah. Yeah, let's try to build out our Act 1 and Act 2 plan then. Cuz Act 3 we could switch to the plans, but Act 1 we need a plan with the bear. Give me a second. I'm just gonna get some water. Let's take a look. Let's let's take a looky. Okay. Flashbang warning. Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. Right. So I think well, it's a skill order, I guess. The skill order is going to be wait, why did he? Okay, so you always get volcano. So okay. I forgot what it's even called. I don't have a better name for it, but I'm gonna call it the Miller chest. And then you get the slam. I just need a screenshot of this so I could remember. Yeah, we could just leave it here. That's fine. So volcano, furious, salam. And then we get one more gem. Do we just go contagion? Frostbomb. Right, because gives us some clear. So you just drop volcano, you drop contagion. Let's go frostbomb. Let's just go frostbomb. This is the chest. The camp chest in the first zone. And then level 3, I think level 3 you definitely go for pounds to just help. Red Veil. Right, you get this out of Red Veil. And then level 14 Fury of the Mountain. Right before the manor. I think that's the skill order that I'm planning on going with. can we take a look at Lunar Assault as well? Because the wolf stuff is kind of broken. Yeah, 80% phys damage. Can we look at wait, when does he actually talk about shred? Okay, he's talking about here. Does he show us shred? Is there shred here? Is it over here maybe? Oh, everything is here. Okay. Creating ice fragments against frozen enemies. Lunar assault. Pounce. Do we have details on Elemental Archon? I have not. I've actually never played around with the Archon. I know it gives you like increase, like more damage to that particular element. And that's far as I'm like, where is it? They're changing it. So is it gonna, are they getting rid of like Flame Archon, Ice Archon, Lightning Archon? Are they just making it just like a one elemental Archon? Okay. Yeah, that's so much better. I mean, the Archon forms look strong. It's just like, I was just like, dude, like, how do you set this up? Like, what are they doing? How that affects Infernalis? I mean, in general, the Archon forms are super strong. The problem is, like, how do you generate them and how many points do you have to spend? So if you know, like, if you could spend like low amount of points and be able to get Elemental Archon, and it does exactly what these do, but all in one, then it's gonna be strong. Like, Seething Body no longer grants while on high Infernal Flame, you and your allies in presence gain 50% damage as fire damage. Seething Body now grants gain Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while on high Infernal Flame. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high Infernal Flame. Lose Elemental Archon on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. What did I even just read? What is seething? Oh, it's so is this special to Infernalis? That's it? While on high Infernal Flame, you and allies in your presence gain 50%. Okay. So they're getting rid of that. What is Infernal Flame, though? Is this? Maximum mana is replaced by twice as much maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill costs. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill costs. Take maximum life energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Loses all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. 25% chance of Infernal Flame loss per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. So, from my understanding, it seems like Infernal Flame is something you get whenever you spend mana. It's a resource replacement for mana. Okay. So now it's saying grants Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while on high Infernal Flame. I mean, if Elemental Archon is similar to all the Archons, but just for every element, then it's just 30% more damage, which is pretty big. Like if you're, yeah, I don't know what it would do, but if I had to guess, I'm assuming um it's like all of them. So let's just say you're like a fire build, 30% more fire damage. Could be good. Could be good. Let me watch this video again. Like, what? Let me look at this again. So every time he does that ice slash, is that what lunar assault is? That's what I'm trying to know. Oh, it is. So I guess the lunar. So flame archon is 25% more fire damage. Yeah, I would assume elemental archon is like it's not doing any of the conversion. It's just flat 25% more elemental damage. I feel like Furious Slam is gonna be enough to carry all the fights. And then pounds pounds is just gonna help us get some wolves and move around. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense for Infernalists. Let's look at Pounds again. Pounds is like super complicated. Pounds. It's not super complicated, but it just has like multiple things it could do because it does like marks and summons wolves and stuff. Mark a target, causing it to take increased damage based on how many of the target enemies are near to it. If the target dies, the mark will activate to trigger the summon wolf skill and consume the mark. Does it say how long? Trigger summon wolf. Do we have summon wolf anywhere? We actually do. Oh, but this is that spirit gem. Oh, we also have a persistent buff. Does it show it? Yeah. Briar Patch. Savage Fury. I think we take Savage Fury um from the King of the Mist fight. Savage Fury. I think that makes the most sense. Well, what does Arctic do? Arctic Howl. Shift into a werewolf and let out an icy howl that damages. Oh, this consumes a rage, doesn't it? The skill empowers your attacks with added cold damage and chill ground. Grants your allies added cold. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. Knockback enemies. Oh, is this the knockback? Let's take a look at the video. Let's see. Let's look at pounds a little bit. Oh, didn't he put that support that gives... What did they showcase here again? Oh man. Was that ×2? Okay, let's take a look. They showcased like a support gem or something. Just forgot. Frost Nexus. Wait. Do you see this? I didn't catch this earlier. There's a lot going on here. This rune or idol as they're calling it, it's giving +1 charm slot, and the is that the Oracle Ascendancy? That is the Oracle Ascendancy, isn't it? That gives us. Is it not the Oracle Ascendancy? Oh, I think it's the Shaman Ascendancy. Yeah, it's the Shaman Ascendancy. Gain the benefits of bonded modifiers on runes and idols. Yeah. So storm skills have a limit of +1, so potentially you could get like +1 limit like for other things, or I mean there's so many runes or idols that this node has so many options. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can find that support gem. That's what I was looking for. Oh yeah, he showed us this this is a persistent spirit skill. Generate 1 rage per yeah, this is like worded really weird, but you get 1 rage per 4 rage spent recently. So if you spent 40 rage, then you should be getting 10 rage in 10 seconds. This phrasing is just so bad. Like, it is what it is, I guess. No rage effect. What does rage give you again? Doesn't rage just give you like increased attack speed and damage? Yeah, more attack damage. Okay, it doesn't give you attack speed, but it gives you just more attack damage. Yeah, so it's kind of awful to not have the upside of it. I guess it makes sense for the wyvern form because he's consuming the rage to do a whole bunch of things. He took the first 2. What's the first? Sacred Flow. Oh wow, he actually got rid of his charm slots. I don't know about that. Does he actually show any support gems? I don't think so, right? Yeah, so these are the plant nodes, keystone. Yep. Vol's protector. Oh, okay, so he shows it here, which is triggers accelerated growth on overgrowing plants. Supports plant skills, causing them to trigger an explosion after they have been overgrown, blinding enemies on hit. Blind is really good. Okay, so here's the wolf. Okay, so you could take this node. This is for like your wolves. This is like too much setup to worry about in the campaign. Pounds. He's generating a wolf pack. Lunar assault. Wait, this lunar assault is different than what we saw, right? What does it say here? Yeah, it just says 80% of fizz to cold, and then more chill, more freeze. Over here, it says 80% fizz to cold, but then also says gain 10% of physical damage as cold. And then, oh, maybe it's because it's quality. It's because it's quality. That's what it is. It's because it's quality. Okay, I think here he showed a support gem or something. Okay, he showed this. He showed this. And he shows how he's using, yeah. Okay, so we actually don't see any support gems. Okay. What's our option for support gems early on? Inflect bleeding. Rage 1. Grants 3 rage on melee hit, so we could generate a lot of rage. Impact shockwave. Supported skills cause an aftershock when they heavy stun an enemy. Execute. Execute's actually not that bad, but Fire Tumen could be good. Deal support attacks gain 20% damage as extra fire damage. Deal less cold and lightning damage. Fist of War. Oh, what does ancestrally boosted mean again? 30% more damage, 25% increase. So Fist of War attacks with supported skills are no more than once every 6 seconds. What do we get early on? 30% chance to gain an endurance chance when heavy stunning. I don't think we're using heavy stun for anything. Or stun threshold. uh I guess you just go Fist of War or Rage. Does it say that Fierce Slam can spend rage to create larger shockwaves that leave behind jagged ground? Okay, so I think that's what we do. I think we just get like a rage support 1. Furious Slam, Rage 1. Can we get rapid attacks? Increase attack speed. Fist of War could be good. Could Brutality. Deal no elemental damage. Yeah, Brutality. Actually, Brutality first and then maybe Rage. There's like an argument for Execute, maybe. Frostbomb, or I guess we could go Lunar Assault. Lunar Assault just perma. Maybe actually Lunar Assault is good. I actually take this back. Instead of Frostbomb, I think we just go Lunar Assault. And my thought process is this: we open with Lunar Assault, and then we just slam, slam, slam. And then Arctic Howl is kind of like whatever. I was just thinking like maybe it's just too much thinking in the early game to like do like that much comboing. I was just thinking you drop a frost bomb and then you just walk up and then you just slam, slam, slam. But frost bomb doesn't really do anything because we're gonna be doing a lot of fizz damage. So we actually need to just break armor, don't we? What is Shred doing? It doesn't tell us. Shred is also. Okay, we'll do Lunar Assault to be like thematic. Lunar Salt Ice Bite, because that's really nice. Volcano is just gonna be there, honestly. And then we'll do like Shockwave Totem if you have extra gem. I think going the placement speed. I think you go urgent totems, right? I think urgent totems, right? There's like urgent totems. But do you not get that? Oh yeah, urgent totems is level 2. Okay. Oh, more skill effect duration. Expands. Increased area of effect. Supported skills have a cooldown of 8 seconds. What do we think about this on Volcano? Expands. Because like with Volcano, you just kind of want to like drop it there and then kind of like just peace out. Can we look at Shockwave Totem again? More skill effect duration, magnified area of effect. I'm just thinking like this is just completely like I don't know if this works like this. Where maybe we could just test it in game. Let's see if this works. Yeah, let's do it on Sork. Oh no, actually, is this an SSF? Hold up. I don't know if this works like this. I'm wondering if the totems, if I just give it like lightning attunement, is it gonna like shock the enemy? Is this SSF by the way? It is SSF. I want to use my character that's not an SSF. Okay, the standard. Let's just use this guy. And then we need actually. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so is it a mace skill? It is. Oh, I have a mace. Oh, this is like perfect. Here we go. Lightning attunement. 25% of damage as extra lightning. Okay. Let's go Act 1. Oh, is it over here actually? I just want to see if it creates shock on her. It does. If that's the case, then because we don't have any other way of creating shock. Like this might be like a dumb way to create shock. I don't know. I might be trolling, but that's my plan. Like I'm thinking, you know, we just we drop volcano whenever we can. We use furious slam. uh, Give me a second. Give me a second. There's one other thing I wanted to check. So when I was doing this, when did I actually cut my skill? Because I had 1, 2. Okay, I think that's enough then. We're basically uh we're basically saying we're gonna get roughly 4 support gems, and we're just gonna invest everything into this. This might not even be good then. I think we just get brutality, and then we get like ice bite, and then we get shockwave with lightning attunement, and this is primarily to generate shock, so we have like even more boss damage. And volcano is just gonna be there. Pounds, we're just gonna jump onto the. This is a spirit gem. Um, and then Fury of the Mountain. Let's take a look. I think he showcases it here. Okay, so he's saying that this skill replaces his auto attack because it generates a rage. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, it's gain 3 rage on hit. 16 mana per second though. You shift into a bear and repeatedly pound the ground, creating molten fissures that randomly travel. Okay. Okay, let me slow down the footage. Good morning from Sweden. Good morning. Garukon's resolve super good with crits. Yep. Okay, so he's saying that with Fear of the Mountain and Shockwave Totem, anytime the Shockwave Totem actually pops on the Fury of the Mountain, it generates rage. And Fear of the Mountain, whenever it hits something, it generates a rage. So these two, so I'm thinking the rotation would be like Fury of the Mountain, Shockwave Totem, and you just Furious Slam over and over again. Or you could even go into Lunar Assault. I feel like I feel, am I spelling that right? physical as fire. What do you even put on this? %of physical as fire. Could you put elemental armament? Also, it's towards the end, so maybe cold penetration. We don't need pen. Isn't font of blood being removed or something? Supported skills consume an endurance charge on use. See, I don't understand how he's generating endurance charge. See, look at this. Is it where is it? Is it when it creates an empowered slam, it creates an endurance charge? I can't see anything you're doing. Oh, my bad. I forgot. There we go. PoEs in focus, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how here in Ziggy D. So how does he create this endurance charge at level 1? Boom. Okay, he created 1. He slammed, but nothing happened. Oh, it has to be empowered. I think where is this? This Furious Slam. I think what it's doing is whenever it creates Jagged Ground, the enraged attack, when it consumes 10 rage, it creates an endurance charge. And I was thinking, where is it? Consume an endurance charge to create a Jagged Ground. What is Jagged Ground exactly? Slows movement speed of enemies. That's kind of trash. We need damage. Life leech. Urgent totems is fine. More stun buildup. It's fine. We could go for a critical. Wait, what is the crit chance on? Doesn't have a crit chance. or it's not showing us any crit chance right now. For now, okay, for Act 1, I think this is good. I think for Act 1, this is good. I'll just write... I was wondering if there was crit chance on the Furious Slam, like the bear slam. This one. It's not showing that it has a crit chance. Oh, right. So whatever the base crit chance is, that's usually like 5, isn't it? Like 4 or 5. Oh, quarter sets are 10. Yeah, but mainly we're going to be using mauls. So yeah, it's going to be like 5, 10. Well, it is a new weapon type. Maybe it's like 7.5, something in the middle. Right. I don't know what you would use with supported skills have 25%. Isn't Aftershock like another... Aftershocks are bursts of area damage that occur after the initial impact of the skill causing them. If not otherwise specified, Aftershock will deal the same damage as the initial impact. Would Aftershock work with Furious Slam? Fury of... This is also Furious Slam. If that's the case, I would just do Aftershock. And then Lunar Assault would have Ice Bite. I don't know what else we could add to that. Pounce will also stay the same for now. Shockwave Totem. It'll also stay the same. Through the mountain, I'm not sure. And then we'll have Savage Fury. Spirit. So we put on Aftershock 1, Brutality. Execute potentially. This is just like potential. I guess you could also go like more area of effect. What's that? What's that? What's that called? Consecrated area. More area damage, less area of effect. Or controlled destruction. I would say consecrated area potential. Just for some more damage. Consecrated area. That could be good. Because usually I'm just going to walk up to things and slam them. But consecrated area, it's gonna suck for a clear. Maybe this is not good actually. Controlled destruction, maybe. Controlled destruction could be okay. The only problem with controlled destruction is like no more crits, but you don't have like that high of crit anyways. You could just make the AoE bigger. Is this shifting away from your totem build? No. This is just Act 1. The Act 1. Act 2. Cause I need to get to Act 3. I can't do anything with totems until like ideally like end of the campaign, but I don't even know. We need to get to Act 3. Act 3 is Act 3. Even Act 3, it's like middle of Act 3 is when we can actually go into what's the skill called? Thrashing Vines. So Thrashing Vines, we need to be at least level 31 to use. And if I do switch to them, I would need to use Wand and Focus. So if I'm going to be using Wand and Focus, I better be ready for that switch. But again, that's kind of risky, like especially early on. I also have to use Thunderstorm because this is going to water the plants. I mean, I guess I could use Staff because Staffs are getting buffed. But I need something. Staffs would be ideal because then I don't have to think about getting a focus. I could just get a good staff. And also I need I think I'll roll rolling magma. Yeah, I think rolling magma looks good too with Wyvern. I'm just a little worried about Wyvern. Yeah, like early on. I think late game it's gonna be fine. Most likely I'm not even gonna be able to play totems until like much later because I need to get the Vol Protector. Because otherwise, like, how am I generating power charges? How am I generating damage? Like, I guess I could use endurance charge to create spell totems, but then those spell totems aren't going to be doing as much. I mean, I guess I could use a weapon swap. Would that work? Like, weapon swap, spell fizz. Yeah. What about bleed? Like, bleed. Stun buildup caused by supported skills cannot reach 100%. This is what GGG wants you to use. They want you to use this with the Oracle. What's it called? What's that ascendancy node? This one, moment of vulnerability. You want it to get primed for stun, and then you do a bunch of stuff, but it looks scuffed. I don't really know what else to add here. Brutality, aftershock. Or maybe I just go brutality. Maybe Furious Slam will be like my AoE clear, and then I just get like magnified area, and then Lunar Assault with Ice Bite is going to be Lunar Assault Ice Bite with what can you use? perpetual charge. Supporter skills have 25% chance to not remove charges, but still counts. So we got Ice Bite. It's gonna give us extra damage after we freeze an enemy. What else can we add to this? Fist of War? Execute? More physical damage? Well, it does ice damage, so we can't use that. Maybe control destruction, but it can't do any. Oh, it's a spell. Oh, it's a spell. Like we can't. Yeah, control destruction. Furious Slam. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Consecrated area would work though. Ice crystal, crystalline shards. Crystalline shards. This. Let's take a look at the wolf. Ice fragments. Are ice fragments the same thing as ice shards? Ice crystals? Because then maybe we could do like impale or something. Shock. Where is it? I feel like this is decent enough. Like, if we need to switch, I need to figure out what to do for Fury of the Mountain, but we're just gonna have to do it when we get to. What's your thoughts on the new Sork Ascendancy with the Jin? The one which inflicts critical weakness has a nice room for transferring Sork into to Archer with Jin on support for 100% crit. Yeah, out of all the Jins, I think the crit weakness or like the physical Jin is the best one. This one. Is it this one? Hold up. It's the one on the right. Yeah, this one is really nice. I don't exactly know how to build this character though. Because like looking at the rest of the ascendancy, it's like you kind of want to. I like the fourth teaching and I like sacred rituals, Instrument of Power. I thought it was really good, but then I looked at it and it's kind of like okay. And then definitely this Time Lost Jewel one is kind of like whatever. Like Time Lost Jewels, I don't think I've seen any that are like that crazy. But then again, I haven't used them too much, so I'm not well informed on this particular thing. Stats got buffed and focuses got nerfed. So this could like pretty much be even. Like this could still be good. I just don't know. But the Sacred Rituals looks really good, especially with Bark Skin. The reason why I like these two is because of Bark Skin. But this makes you go Armor ES. So if you go this, you have to spend 4 points, and then the 4 points you'd spend it on is 1, 2, 3. Deception's really good, and Judgment is really good. This Malediction is kind of like whatever. And then maybe if you have mana issues, you take, Navira. But I was thinking you just go Blazing Sword. But you need more strength for armor. Yes, yeah. Yeah, you do need to sell for strength. I believe Sork never had mana issues. Once you get to like the super high end, it does, unless you invest in things that help you with mana regen. But this particular Sork, I don't think is gonna have any mana issues. Like, yeah, like I don't know if you actually need this Navira for mana. And none of these skills actually cost mana. I just don't know what you're gonna be doing. Like, I don't know if you could just primarily just use this Kalari and then can you just camp this or what? I mean, this thing has cooldown, this thing has cooldown. But like what does the base form do? Does he just run around with you? Like, yeah. I pretty much agree. I think this physical one is very strong. Like, there is a world where this could be good as well. This Navira one, but then you are going into ice damage. Like, this is like a recoup. So he only comes out if you hold the button and he summons. Like, can you just constantly press? Can you like constantly press command and just like move him? And then once in a while you use these? I feel like this ascendancy needs like more points or something. or you just completely ignore the sacred rituals. But I feel like sacred rituals is good. Yeah, I mean, I know that this skill has 3 charges, and this skill has a 12-second cooldown, right? But what is like? Can you do anything with the first guy, or is it just he just comes out, right? Because you could see there's like 2 parts to the skill, and it says inflict critical weakness on hit. So he, like, if you just summon him, he has to be doing something. And then you also have a command skill. It says will only act when you command him to do so. So like, oh, this is like a, maybe you just spend all 4 points here. Like I didn't see that this is like a persistent skill. Like, yeah, you just, it just consumes corpses. Could be good for like clearing, and then you use these 2 skills for like bossing, and you also use the deception for clear. Let's watch this video again. Okay, so from the looks of it, he's got the he's got the mana Jin, as like he just summons it. He just summons it for this purpose, which is mana regen. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Yeah, let's keep watching a little more. Let's watch that again. So I mean, if you look at how he's spec'd over here, he's going 2 points into that energy recharge thing. Then he's going staff focus, and then he's just using this guy to inflict critical weakness. So if he's doing it to inflict critical weakness, and if you look at his skill bar, he's using like a bunch of ice skills. He's using Frost Dart, he's using Frost Bolt, he's using Ice Nova, and he's using... Okay, so here you could see he has 3 skills. But he's only spec'd into 2. Right, so he has 2. He's got this blade icon, and then he's got the character icon. So here in the... This is to summon. This is to cast the judgment. And then I think there's a command one in between. See, I think this F key right here, that one's to command. This Q is to summon him. This right click, which is weird that he put it on right click. And F is actually... So yeah. I think that's what it is. See, he's got nothing around him, and then he's gonna press Q. See, he presses Q, right? You see the cooldown going, the charges go down, and he summons. I don't know how he's creating the blades. I guess it's from... It's buff from stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. See, I don't understand what's happening here. Right, so he summons at Q, he presses Q, goes from 2 to 1, and then he starts spawning blades, but I don't see him click this at all or press F. Like, what is happening here? Like, nothing is being pressed. And like swords just keep coming. Okay, now he has enough. And now he's gonna press right click. There you go. Yeah, it just seems like he's like straight up AFK. He just summoned it and he's just walking around and the Jin is just dropping swords on him, and then he does the execution move or whatever. See, this one's also interesting. It seems like he summoned the Jin. So Jin I think was appearing here, and then he pressed W, which I think is the command skill to like move him forward. I don't know how this far guy came. He pressed E. Use that ability. Yeah, there's things happening with this guy. So I saw this Fury ability being used, and then I saw the Slam being used. 12-second cooldown, 7 seconds. Yeah, he used this for critical weakness. I'm not sure. This class looks interesting, but are you like are you just gonna be using these guys? Like I guess you just played like random spells until you ascend, and as soon as you ascend, you pick one of these guys. Use it with poison bow. Um um my initial thought is like that does not seem like it's a good idea because like for poison you need a lot of fizz on your bow, especially early. Like you're gonna be doing no damage early on, and if you're gonna start on the Sork side, like you have no scaling whatsoever for damage, like at all. Like if let's look at the tree, right? You're like over here. Like what are you gonna take for damage? You have to play like some sort of elemental skill. There's like literally nothing for fizz damage. So you have fizz damage up here. You would have to get all the way up here. This is minion. This is fizz again. Minion. Fizz is extra chaos. And then if you look at attack, like all the attack nodes are over here. Like maybe that's possible in the end game, like end to end game, when you could just kind of path kind of wild. But early on, like just theory crafting here, yeah, I understand. Uh, like Yeah, this class is kind of hard actually. Like it's genuinely kind of hard. The the way I would potentially go about it, yeah, like you just have to play like some random Sork build until you ascend. And once you ascend, you could start going into these. But like the very first ascend, you can get crit weakness, but you have to continue playing your Sork build. So like I would say frost darts. Frost darts would be good so that you could actually use the critical weakness and the crit damage bonus, or you go bone storm. So your option is either to go frost dart or bone storm early on, and then you could utilize this crit. Now if you don't want to do that, there is potential here, which is just generic Sork. Generic Sork, like, you get some mana regen, and if you want, you could just use Navira's fracturing, which is just, you're just going to do a ton of damage. Or you can use recoup for defense, or you could do energy recharge. This is like more utility. And that's why I said like generic Sork. It's like you could just put this with any type of Sork build and it's going to be fine. Now this other guy is more interesting too, because this is just generic damage. I mean, I guess it's like fire damage, but it's just like, okay, this is just going to give you a little bit of damage as soon as you ascend. But but the real identity of this class is once you get like 2 trials done and you have 4 ascendancy points, and then you could just go all in on one of the minions, and then you could just command him to like just do everything for you, and in between that you could do like a little bit of stuff, which is like this guy. You could just use a lot of like crit chance stuff. This is this class is like, yeah, this class is very interesting in the sense that it's like a minion class, but you have to command the minions to do things. Whereas like the other minion class, the problem they have is like you have to like keep summoning them. Besides like specters. You don't have to convert the fizz into elemental, like especially for this person. That's why I said like you could do bone storm, because bone storm is like spell physical. Yeah, this one is pure fizz, but it's also crit. But this one is by far the most interesting one. This Navira one is just generic. This is like, okay, you can do sort things with a lot of utility. And then this one is, the way I look at this one is like, you need like some skills in between your rotation to like do. Critical weakness only lasts 6 seconds. Isn't that great, especially when it's on such a long cooldown? Yeah. But I feel that's why I'm saying like you need to this is her fireball, which is never seen on Sork, yeah. Well, like that's the thing, like I wouldn't think of this. This class is similar to Druid, which is like you wouldn't want to just do one thing. It's like you want to do this in between stuff. Like the thing about critical weakness is like this guy, this Kalari version seems like it's gonna be really good for bossing because you're gonna put critical weakness even for 6 seconds, but it allows you to open up like a skill that will do a ton of damage within that window. But then you need another skill for like clear. And this particular um Jin is going to only like help you with like rares. Like the gameplay loop I see with this character, with this particular Jin, is like you clear, you clear, you clear, and then you run into something where you need to do extra damage. So then you use this Jin's ability. You run into the boss, you run into a rare, you run into like Rogue Exile, right? Like that's when you pull out this Jin. Otherwise, you just do clear skills. Feel like ice is easier to prime. 5 second cooldown is nothing. Yeah, I agree. I think this Nivera one is pretty trash. Like, it's good utility. Like, all this stuff is good utility, but it's like, why would you want to do any of this? This fire one. This fire one is like, you need to like you have free time to press buttons, so let's go press some buttons. That's what this one feels like. But this this trap skill seems like it could be like pretty good AoE. I think that's like when we saw like the giant like fire explosion. I think it was from this. And then I think you just build like armor ES and then go bark skin. I definitely want to play this character, but I think this character is gonna have to go second. Like, this character looks super fun, but I think I'm gonna play this character second. I need like more time. Like, it just got released like 5-6 hours ago. Which is kind of crazy. I think we're good on Druid. right? Like this is good enough for Act 1. Act 1, Act 2, it seems like, and then we'll kind of wing it, right? Like we'll just kind of wing it. The support nodes for ES also looks promising. For example, if you're going on Titan Sork build. Yeah, there's potential there. 60% of your ES goes to armor, then you contribute elemental damage from armor. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like those nodes. Um, Sacred Ritual. I think Sacred Ritual is really good. %60 of your current energy shield is added to your armor for determining your physical damage reduction from armor. And then when your ES actually goes down, you know, this is going to go down as well, right? Because it's based off your current energy shield, but that's when Bark Skin kicks in, and Bark Skin gives you more, it gives you flat armor based on how much energy shield you lost. So it's like it just synergizes super well with Bark Skin. Like I feel like they made this node particularly for Bark Skin. The only thing I'm kind of like this is like meh is for teaching. Yeah, it sucks because it's current, but if you use Bark Skin, it's like if your energy shield goes down, then Bark Skin value goes up. And then if your energy shield goes up, then your Bark Skin goes down and this value goes up. So it's like it just feels like it's like perfectly balanced. Yeah. You could also just like you can also just like not get fort teaching and sacred rituals and instead maybe there's an argument for instrument of power just to get used to like more damage or elemental damage is taken for mana before life, right? Like you get one or the other and then you have like 6 points to spend, so you could go the crit weakness, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 points here, and then you could come over here and then spend 2 points here, like 2 points somewhere over here. And then you get 2 points either getting instrument of power or intuition. Like this fire guy could be good. It it definitely is like a self knee shot, but it could give you another source of +1 to skills, you know? +1 to skills is strong. And then staff, I don't know how much they're buffing it, but if you're getting like +7, then your amulet, you could get +3. 50% reduced bonus is like bad, but I would just look at it as like, hey, you're getting like 50% more than before. Well, I mean, you're gonna get a lot more, right? You're gonna get like, what's a good focus? Like you can get like, I would go for this, right? Like you're gonna get basically 100% increased damage. You're gonna get like 90 mana plus 1, some regen, maybe some. Oh yeah, you're gonna get cast speed. Like this isn't that good, but you get like cast speed here. It's not terrible, but like plus, I believe focus is getting nerfed so that only +2, right? So that's why I said it's like +1 only. Yeah. I mean, if you compare it to like Druid, just think, I would think of it as like this. Like I would just think of it like this, right? Like turning of the seasons. Like look at what this is giving you. It's just giving you exposure and 10% of damage as extra damage. So it's like it's giving you some damage. Like all this is doing is it's giving you some damage. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like you're getting the benefit of a staff and a focus. I don't even know what other like runes you could put in there, like things you could put in the socket. Also, I'm just looking at like random things over here. I don't even know how good these are. Might actually play Frost Nexus plus some attack into Nivira's Fracturing. Are those attacks or spells? Let's take a look. It's neither. It's a command. But yeah, I would say. I mean, Nivira's Fracturing seems like it's like a spell. Command Nivera to fracture all nearby areas of chilled ground that have enemies standing on them, doing high spell damage. Yeah. I think this other one is attack. Target location deals spell damage. Shockwave deals spell damage. Yeah, so again, this is set up for like spell physical again, which Bone Storm could be good in. You can only scale it with minion stuff. I don't know about that. It has like AoE tag. It's got physical tag. So it seems so like there is like minion tag on the character or on the Jin itself, but I don't know what that's gonna do. Like, right? Like it just says he can inflict critical weakness on hit. He's got some crit damage, but then he has got like this command skill, like, and then all these other ones are commands too. But this is a persistent skill, but it also has a command skill, which is like, so it's just like you send out your beetles to go and explode. Minion AoE will scale it. Look at the tree. Minion increase area of effect. I mean, if it only scales minions deal increased damage with command skills. Okay, here we go. We got the command cluster right here. So if it scales off of your minions, then you can't, you literally cannot do anything. No, there's no way. I saw him use Ice Nova and like a full like ice combo. It's just very hard to scale unless you're minions. Well then, like, why is he doing this stuff? Why is he casting Frostbolt and Ice Nova? And then in one of them, yeah, like this one is really weird because he's got Frost Dart and Frostbolt and Ice Nova. This is what you run on Cold Sork. For the chilling ground? Then why does he have Frost Dart? Also, he never used any of them. Let's take a look. Also, he's only spec'd into this and he decides to get the staff focus. Hmm. Yeah, like he doesn't even use any of his ice abilities. And he has his whole ascendancy spec'd into he's got 2 points into the recharge, and he's got 2 points into the focus node, and then he's got 2 points into pretty much just getting critical weakness. And then he has 2 points unallocated. It's like, it's weird. This class is weird. And then when he first showcases it right here, he's literally using like every single Jin. And he's just going through each cooldown. Prob just an example. So he says you could be a full minion build right here. And he talks about using the fire one and the fizz one. And then he talks about Navira being a more traditional caster. Which is like, which is my initial thought too. Like the middle one is just like utility for you to just be Sork. And then he just, when he talks about Kalari, he's just saying, or you could just use it to critically hit your enemies. So he's kind of implying that the only purpose of these two nodes is to generate crit. But then he does a whole boss fight with just those two abilities. Like, what? This ascendancy is interesting. I personally think, like, if I was to play this as like, like as a league start, then yeah, I would just take 2 points into my first 2 points would just go in here, get Kilari's judgment for crit weakness, and then I don't know what this Kalari's brutality does, but if it inflicts critical weakness on hit, then maybe you could stack it up. I think you could stack it up to 10, right? Critical weakness. I don't even know. Yeah, critical weakness causes hits against affected targets to have 0.5% to critical hit chance and can stack up to 20 times. Okay, never mind. You could stack up to 20 times. So you could get 10%. But like that guy has to be attacking like whatever this command is for brutality, he better be attacking the whole time. Otherwise it's gonna be trash. Because you're gonna put 4 additional critical weakness, and then you're done. This thing also has quality. Best of stack with a Malice Scepter. What's a Malice Scepter? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it here, but I'm assuming it's like, yeah, a specter that you could like raise up. Okay, you want me to use click on that skill? Let's take a look. Oh, it's a persistent aura. Okay. While active, emits an aura that continuously inflicts critical weakness. Oh yeah, this makes sense. Every 0.5 to 0.7 seconds. You can't quality those directly though. Are you saying you have to use like one of the lineage supports then? So for this, I'm assuming you're able to put support gems. 4 maximum stages. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you just do like self-casting Bone Spear and then you get this command and then you like switch off of it, or I don't know, like have a POB yet. We have nothing right now. I have POB open, it's just I'm saying use as a specter, okay. Cap it on to cap on it, you need to do 20 stacks in 6 seconds without duration mods for 10% added crit. Mm. I don't know. My brain is overwhelmed. I needed to like rest and then like think about stuff as I like do things in the day. But unfortunately, we have league start tomorrow. Oh, I need to go watch this video too. Cause I plan on playing Totems and he made like an hour long video. I'll probably like skip around because chart generation list. Yeah, I did look at Hate Forge. So that's the other thing, is like Hate Forge is kind of crazy. I was looking at this earlier too. That's Hate Forge, yeah. It's like, I wonder if you can like, isn't Hate Forge considered a vol item? In PoE 1, doesn't it drop from the Trial Master? And I forgot like what this league mechanic does, but I know that you could do some weird like corruption things. Modifies a corrupted skill gem unpredictably or destroys it. Interesting. Modifies corrupted equipment or jewel item unpredictably or destroys it. It's like one of these. Uh, 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 oh, this is twice corrupted. This is like 21, 23. Same thing from PoE 1. Yeah, like this stuff replaces up to 2 modifiers on a corrupted vol unique. Replaces other uniques with a corrupted unique of the same item class. Yeah, I agree. If the Jin doesn't cap your crit weakness, it's GG. He needs to be attacking fast or something. Is this Soul Mantle? Yeah, it's Soul Mantle. Yeah, this needs a lot of testing. Orb of Extraction. Uh okay. I think we'll go over the final. Actually, let me make a couple more of these trade filters for tomorrow. Um Wait, are these still good? Let's make a new one. Let's do this quickly. Move speed. Weighted sum. Well, actually, do like cold, fire, lightning. They're all 1 life. One at staggering, but like movement speed. Yeah, level 25. Most of the time, you want any non-unique. Just actually, I also like life regen early. Like life regen early on is actually not bad. Attributes is not bad either, because I plan on going strength int hybrid. Okay, just to make my life easier, I'm just not gonna use this. This is just res. If you're res cap, you're gonna be fine. Sure. We could do this actually, life regen, and it changes to like gloves. Let's do helmet first. Helmet. Like a little bit of life regen is pretty good early on. Yeah, like this helmet could be really nice. If I did like this, like 7. Oh yeah. Yeah, like this would be really nice. Unfortunately, this is armor evasion, but it's fine. Something like this. I'm actually gonna have it off. Do gloves. Actually, priority would be like priority would be to actually get a belt. Like if you could get like a really good belt early on, like you'd be like set. Like this is where you'd want like a life regen or something like that. Is 50 too high? Sometimes you just want res, I guess. That's kind of insane. Um some of these you just have to like kind of tweak a little bit. Ring. I feel for ring, yeah, ring, like life resistance, like most of the time early on, or when if you were to buy this, you'd probably want like a topaz ring. Like Honestly, early on, you don't even care about life on ring. You just want like good resistance. What is happening? This guy. What am I doing? PoEing. Of course. Why? What is happening? Oh no, did I? Oh yikes. Did I put the wrong? You got lied to, by the way? What the hell? What did you do, brother? Okay, this is better ring. Actually, chest piece too. Chest, body. Usually one life too. I'll put life in here. I thought I can play the class on D4, but little did I know I have to pre-order the new expansion. Yep. That's Blizzard, by the way. You could spend $30 to play Paladin for I don't know, maybe like 12 hours of gameplay, or you could play tomorrow for free and be a bear, be a wolf, be a wyvern, and play for 100 hours minimum for free. Yeah, bro. He baited you, bro. That's what he does. Hey, be like that. Story skip is never coming to PoE, unfortunately. I mean, that's. I think the fact that you can't skip story is pretty good. Like the story is actually pretty good. I would say the only thing they need to fix is they need to somehow make it so that the skills during the campaign are like all like fun to use, which is not always the case. Okay, that's like pretty decent. Oh, actually, we'll put a staff in there too. Can I change this to staff? Change to 3. This might be a little too strict, but you know, you could play around with it. So we got focus. Well, I guess we need to make one for talisman. How do we do that for talisman? Oh, isn't it like melee skills? It's all I want, bro. I love PoE, but I don't want to do it over and over and over again. I mean, you're doing the same thing in Diablo, though. What are you doing differently in Diablo? Like, you walk outside of... You spawn in... This is how Diablo 4 works. You spawn in, you get on your horse, you run to the story, and by the time you hit this... You get to your first objective, you're level 5. You talk to that first person, you skip all dialogue, you run to the objective that story tells you, you get another 5 levels. Then you just run around doing events and you're level 30. Like... Hey man, sometimes, you know, it takes 2 hours to do one act. I do think it's just like a big skill curve. Like with Diablo, there's like no skill curve. So you could just, you just don't have to think, you just like do whatever and you're gonna hit level 50 in like 2 hours at least. If you don't want to be stuck in act in 4 hours, then you know you gotta learn the game. I mean, that's why so many people make build guides, and that's why like people follow build guides. Hey, take that up with GGG. I mean, it is like, I would say it's like getting on its way to become more casual. I do think the past couple of leagues, like, it's not casual. Like, you could, like, it depends, right? Like, casual for you, the game will never be casual for you, unfortunately. But there are other people who are casual who want to play PoE 2. Like, they want to play it where they like figure out everything. Not true. Well then, I mean, every time you've played it, I like, I don't know, like, you have to follow a build guide. There are casuals out there who just play it without a build guide. They just YOLO. Dude, that's the game though. You just gotta keep learning. Okay, melee skills. What else can we do? Attack skills. Uh, sorry, or Never forget that 20 div. Yeah, bro. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. You gotta on Discord. Yeah, I'll jump in a little bit. That's 2 attacks. Cold fire. Fire. Oh, whoops. I was like, what happened there? Yeah, you're gonna have to registrate caveat. Is it talisman like this? I don't know. Put that up there. Anything else during a league start you can think of? Well, I guess we could. Uh, I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, we can register. This could be DPS. Can you get? Can you get this on an amulet? Oh, you can. Under level 20? Oh, you can. This could be a pretty big DPS save. Also into D&D game like Divinity, this new game I got, but I always want to play PoE. Bro, I don't know what to tell you, man. You just have to. Unfortunately, you just gotta get good. They actually made it a lot easier now, I think. I was playing. I did a bunch of test runs, and you get a lot more gold. All the abilities I feel are like more so buffed. I think the game's at a pretty good state right now. Is there anything else we need? I feel like this is good enough. Staff. Fizz for later. Boots, helmet, gloves, belt, ring, body armor. ring DPS, amulet DPS. So the whole point of these trade filters at league start is you won't have access to insta trade, but you'll have access to regular trade where you could like, you know, DM people, etc. Uh of course you could use the trade website, right? Like I'm creating this you know, league start bookmark basically. So you could just click and then see what you can. You might have to change um the league up top. You might have to change to any up here, etc, etc. So you have to do some couple of adjustments because the servers are gonna go down at any minute now, or like in a couple hours or whatever, whenever they go down, and they're gonna update all this stuff for the new league. So you have to do a little bit of changing. Also, there's a couple of level tweaking, price tweaking, all that stuff you're gonna have to do. But let me just create an export. So I don't really have a way to share this, right? So this is gonna be trade link. It's like a massive trade link, right? So notes. So all you have to do is copy this whole thing. So yeah, you copy the whole thing, you come back here, and then when you say import folder, post the code, leak start 12 bookmarks. Let me just type that in. Okay. Let's post this. So post this in Twitch chat. So yeah, just you know, go to the POB and then just go to the note section. Actually, you could just click on the link. Yeah, you should be able to click on the link and then the note section will appear, and then just copy that long link and then paste it, and you should have it. That's like the best way to provide that. Okay, last final check. So we're gonna go Oracle. That's the plan for tomorrow. We're gonna play Druid. We're gonna play Oracle, and we're gonna try to do some totem stuff. We're gonna try to do some plant stuff. You know, physical, spell physical. That's why in my trade link I am doing physical items. or physical wands and physical focus, physical staff. But the talisman is going to be, melee, of course, because we are still going to use some skills early on that are pretty much primarily melee. We're going to use Furious Slam. That's going to be our main skill. We're only putting in Brutality. I don't know what else support gems to put. Maybe Execute, maybe Consecrated Area. We could put Execute maybe even on Lunar Assault. Ice Bite's going to be really good. Just extra damage. Pounce, Savage Fury is going to be our Spirit Gem. Shockwave Totem with Lightning Attunement. So I tested this. This is going to help us create shock, and it's going to shock our target, shock our boss. So that's going to give us some extra damage. And yeah, so we're just gonna put this on, get the little extra shock damage, and then with our other combos, we're gonna get a lot more damage. Fury of the Mountain. Then our combo is gonna be Fury of the Mountain plus Shockwave. This is gonna give us a lot of rage generation, and with the rage, we're gonna do Furious Slams. Once we hit Act 2, we are gonna get Aftershock. That's gonna be nice. There's also like Ancestral Boosted and whatnot. And if we did have like extra support gems, we could move the Execute over here or whatnot. Pounce, I don't really know what to use. We'll kind of wing it if we get some more support gems. Shockwave Totem, same thing. Same thing with Fury of the Mountain. And in Act 3 is when we'll try to use the vines. Where is it? What's it called? Thrashing Vines. As you can see, it requires level 31, right? We need level 9 gem. Oh, I guess I didn't really talk about Ferocious Roar. We could put some war cries in there. I'll probably think of it before I go live tomorrow. We'll kind of add to it later. Crush Slash is going to be pretty good as well. So, yeah. We'll add some of that later. Spell Totem. We're not going to be able to do Spell Totem till later. Unless we use, like, Bear to, like, create the totems. And then the totems do something. Vines look very strong, so maybe we use vines. Maybe we use, I don't know how it's gonna feel, right? So it's just kind of like a giant question mark. But the goal is to use vines, and then maybe we could switch to Wyvern, or we could just keep using Bear, etc. Oh, the other thing is, if we do use vines, we gotta use Inevitable Crit. So maybe at the end of Act 3 or beginning of Act 4 is when we actually switch into vines. So then we could do Trial of Corruption and then all that other stuff. And then yeah, we'll see how far we get. We'll definitely try to get to maps, and we'll try to get some currency. I didn't get to make the currency video, but if you guys join me in the live stream, I will be trying to work the auction house as much as I can. I do it every league. I try to find new items. I try to find new currency, etc. That's how I usually get my headhunter. That's how I usually get like 100 divines, etc. So we'll figure out what to do for that. In PoE 1, what I noticed was they absolutely reduced the gold cost of trading in the auction house. Let's see if that's the case for PoE 2 as well. If that's the case, then we're gonna make even more money than before. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Before we get into, I do have my loot filter. I'll try to update it, right? So if you go, I mean I'll post it right now, but it's not updated. Um, I will update all of these. I only have 2 of them for 0.4 Mark leveling grenade, 0.4 Sork leveling grenade. Um, I'll post these. I'll update these. If you are playing grenades and you liked my filter, if you are playing Sork and you liked my filter, I did both of these playthroughs on my live stream. You can check that out on my YouTube channel for the full VOD. I'll update these, but then most likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to make one for the Druid, and you guys could sort of like follow along from there. Yeah. So I'll post a link, but disclaimer. There's a disclaimer. Cool. I need to work on my Twitch. It's very bare bones, but yeah, I'll try to make like as many update videos as possible for the Druid. We'll try to pop off this league, try to do some fun stuff, try to use Twitch a little more, and we'll see how that goes. But that's it for now. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys enjoyed the theory crafting session, and let's have a good league start. Hope you guys have a good league start as well. Try to use the better trade. Hopefully you get a couple lucky exalts and you can get a very big boost early on with the trade filter. And that's it. I'll see you guys later. Peace.